Right, just gonna check we're live. Oh, maybe not. Noisy old weir. I guess I can hear that, so it must be good. Alright, just gonna check. Right, we're off. Morning, everybody. It is 7 o'clock in the morning, and we are live on the River Thames, trying to catch some pike. That's the plan. I'm here with my son, and we are fishing into a big weir pool. A bit restricted from the casting front due to the trees that are overhead, and we are having a spot or trying our hand at pike fishing. No idea what's going to happen, no idea if we're going to catch. We're fishing at Deadbaits, with on the bottom with leads. I think the Deadbaits are just, you know, stuck in the weeds, and yeah, we will we'll give this a shot for a few hours. First time fishing like this on the Thames. Not really sure what to expect, so yeah. I don't know what else to say really, apart from sit back, relax, enjoy the sound of the weir, and hello if you're tuning in. We're not quite sure how to fish the peg. There's the water comes off the weir, and that pushes the water from our right to our left, and then the sort of the weir pool effect then creates a different flow where the water near to us goes from the left to the right. So if we put a dead bait on a float, it goes from our left to our right. So we've come off the floats and just put leads on and cast them out, and they're holding, but I think they're holding because there's a load of weed and the baits are just stuck in the weed. So I've no idea how successful it's going to be. But yeah, we're giving it a go. We're giving it a go. There's a couple of options of where we might have fished today. It was up here, up near the weir, or down where we've been fishing for the last few days. We plumped for up here. I think there's fish in this area. I'm just watching two fellas on the far bank netting something that looks about £4. I don't know what that is. I don't know what they're fishing for, but they've certainly just had a fish about £4. Might go for a chat with them later before we go, but yeah, this is it. I've really no idea what to expect. There's a lot of jack pike in this part of the Thames. We've caught them. We've hooked up and lost them. But I understand there's big pike up towards this end to this weir. 20 sort of pound sort of pike. So no idea what's going to happen if we hit one of those. But we'll see how the day goes. I've got the bobbins on, more for a visual aid if we sort of start to fall asleep, I guess. We got up early. There's someone else fishing another peg. I'm not sure if this is actually even a peg. We might get moved on from here. I'm not sure what if the lock keeper comes over. I guess we'll find out. There's a little canoe club that's in this same, on this same little bit of land, and I'm sure they know we're allowed to fish and where we're not, so we might find out. Hopefully we won't upset anybody. But there's nothing that shows where the peg is, not that I'm aware of anyway. Maybe one of the things we'll learn today is that we should always bring the external mic to mute the sound of the weir. It must be quite loud on the stream. So I'll just recast the rods before we started the stream. I think we'll recast them every hour maybe. And I think we'll try just some different spots. Like I said, the overhanging trees are a bit of a pain. I've been up there once this morning already. But both rods are in, and yeah. Who knows what we're going to catch, I think. There's another gentleman to our right. He's fishing right on the weir, which actually might be the peg. He's had a chub. Seen that this morning, got a good chat with him. And he assures me there's plenty of fish and plenty of pike in this part of the river, so I think we'll start with the rods out there, son, and then we might try some other spots as each hour passes, put it somewhere else. I suspect there's loads of weed everywhere, and that weed won't die down until the winter, but let's just see what happens, I think. Every now and again that left hand bobbin is just moving a little bit and the bite alarm light comes on. I suspect any pike take will be quite visible with the bait runners screaming. What's that? I don't think small perch want to have a go at a dead bait. I don't think so. I think it might just be the line or a piece of weed. I don't know. Just the line in the river, you know. What's that? Is there? Huh? If it's if it's heading towards one of our lines. Huh? Is it further down the river, yeah? Just keep an eye on them and just make sure they don't go in our lines, yeah? Yeah. Is it coming close or not? Right, no, they're going up to the lock. So we've got pretty simple rigs. Got some Quorum Expert rods with some Shimano 6000 deep 8 runner reels that I got about 10 years ago in the US. 15-pound line on those. Going down to a run ring with a 2-ounce lead. Buffer bead and then the wire trace. It's pretty simple. And then on the left hand rod we've got a deadbait trout, and on the right hand rod a deadbait mackerel. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll try and work some different areas of this little pool over the course of the next few hours. As I said, I think it's quite weedy, and I have no idea if that's an issue for pike fishing or not. We could suspend the baits with the float, but if we do that then it just gets taken by the current from our left to our right, and we'll end up just in this right bank margin in about 3 minutes. So I don't feel that's the right approach. So I'm told there's pike in excess of 20 pounds in this area. I'm not too sure where they are, whether there might be a long, you know, if I was a pike, where would I want to live? Probably on that far bank. There's a lot of reed cover, overhanging bush to the right near the weir, and then down on the left hand side there's an island. Let's see if I can show you. So to the left hand side there's an island, and that's where these two guys on the far bank are chucking their rods. I just see him feeding now. I don't know. Oh right, okay, it's a load of pellets. I saw where that went. So I don't know if they're fishing for barbel or chub or carp. They're all here, that's for sure. Yeah, okay, he's feeding pellets or boilies of some significant size, so I can see it from here. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll bear that in mind. So just like the other sort of part of the river, you know, this is all about us right now, learning what we're doing, really. First trip out with no experience of fishing for pike in the river with dead baits, so I guess I probably need Matt Hayes and his friend to watch the channel, give me some comments and tips. Yeah, does a pike, will a pike ever take a bait that's in the reeds? And my head tells me no. My head tells me no. Not unless it wants some salad with its meat, but or fish in this case. I think a pike wants to hit its bait out in the open. That I've caught when we went to Orchid at the early part of this year. We did catch on bottom baits. So they'll do that. I'm just not sure if they want to, whether they'll be able to or have any interest in taking the bait if it's stuck in the reeds. Who knows? Well, I imagine if it's dead, you know, now I'm having to think about it, if it's dead, then maybe that's what the pike are used to doing, getting their bait, getting their food out of the reeds, and you know, where the dead fish get trapped somewhere on the bottom. So maybe they are used to it, I don't know. Every time I think if you've got this image in your mind of a pike hitting a fish, or you know, things you'll watch, there's always where a pike is coming up to take a bait or attacking a bait as it's swimming along, or that type of thing. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. If we try a few spots over the next few hours and we don't get any takes, then, you know, that'll give me some indication. How are we doing this, son? My rod's left, yours is right. And if one of us catches a fish, then the other one gets dibs on both rods. Yeah? Sounds like a fair agreement. What's the lock? Hmm? I need somewhere to just rest the phone so I can see it. There we go. That should work. I'm just thinking when you're back at school, this could be a good Sunday morning homework session. Just bring your homework. Is that not a good idea? Alright. Scrap that idea then, Dad. Note to self, son does not want to do homework whilst fishing. I think your rod is making some, I don't know what's causing it, but the tip was moving a minute ago, just a second ago, and then the light came on. Could all just be flow and stuff, but just make sure you're watching it, yeah? Make sure you've got an eye on it. Then what could happen is it's going to be quiet, and then I would expect an explosion of action if we get a take. Yeah, early morning pike fishing down the River Thames. Recast the rods at 7 o'clock. So we'll give them another half an hour where they are. And then we will try a couple of different spots, I think. Casting's awkward. I'll say that much. couple of early morning joggers running down the side of the river. Wow, so there's a boat on the far bank, and I thought it was sort of abandoned, and now someone's appeared on the back of it. I've no idea on the rules of having boats on the Thames and mooring them and, you know, parking up and sleeping in them. No idea, but that gentleman over the far side that's on that little boat has clearly been sleeping in it. It's the first time I've seen him, and we've been here a couple of hours just trying to get set up and work out what we're doing. Well, work out what we think we're doing anyway. I have no idea what we're doing. So a little update on the channel, I guess, while you're here. Everything's going pretty good, I think. We are 5 months in. 4 months, 5 months in, I can't think, since I uploaded the first video to the channel. There's like a little, I did a live stream in the kitchen trying some hooks, but everything's going pretty good, I think. The goal of the channel, just to remind everyone, if it's the first time you get to this point in this video and you're watching, it's not to go fishing and then, you know, record and then make edits. That's not the primary focus of the channel. The primary focus on the channel is to just, you know, transmit everything live, to live stream it, so people can come along, chat, hang out, ask some questions. You know, if you're not able to go fishing on that particular day, then, you know, hang out with us. Son, you just hold off that noise for a second. Just come and hang out with us while we are fishing. We're going to try and do all sorts of things over the course of the next year. We'll just call it that for a minute. I'm going to fish plenty more matches. My regular match venue is a place called Gold Valley in Aldershot. I'll be doing some more matches down there. We live really close to the River Thames, so we're going to be doing some more fishing on the Thames. We went stick float fishing this week. Now we're trying some pike fishing at the weekend. I want to come chub and barbel fishing as well, so we're going to do a bit of that on the channel. We do have the facilities nearly to go night fishing, so we might be doing some, you know, live night fishing maybe next season. That might be more of an aim than this, but I think that's going to be on the cards. Winter we're going to come pike fishing a little bit more. We've got catfish fishing to try out. We've never done it before, but I'd like another couple of rods, another couple of reels, and then that's on the agenda. Or we could do it with some other tackle. We could make it work, but I'd rather split it out so I don't have to keep rigging the rods. So catfish, chub, barbel. We might do some more carp fishing, as in with a couple of carp rods. We have a local venue that's suitable for that. As I said, more river fishing, stick float, spinner, drop shot in the winter, and match fishing. It's all sort of happening. And then, you know, on top of that, we might have a quick trip down the coast. Who knows where we'll go? But yeah, the aim of the channel is to, you know, transmit everything live. I do some edits of the events or the trips that we do. But yeah, the primary focus is you know, this is a live stream, and you know, you can see all the action as it happens. You know, right now that would be 7:30 in the morning. But we will see. So yeah, 4 months in, and the subscriber count's going up. It's good, so thank you for that, everyone that hits the subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel. It really helps with the visibility. Equally, if you put some comments and like the videos, that helps too. You can also follow us on Instagram, the fishing stream. We've got a TikTok account as well that I've just put a couple of videos on. But yeah, if you keep your eye on this main channel, and then the Instagram feeds the Facebook channel too. And if you've got any questions, pop them in the comments, and I will answer them as best I can. I'm no expert pike fisherman, that's for sure. So let's just get that clear. However, I do have a pretty good aptitude for learning, so we will either catch or work out why we're not catching, and then make some adjustments. So right now, like I said, it's just gone 7:30. We're going to leave the rods in until 8 excuse me, 8 o'clock, and we'll recast the rods every hour. Just try some different spots in the swim, and see if we can catch ourselves a pike. That's the plan. If we don't catch a pike here at all, I think, you know, there's another, we could take the rods down to the swim where we were stick float fishing. We might not do that today. We're going to put some effort into this peg today, I think, and give it a good opportunity to produce a fish. I'm not too sure, you know. As I was saying, it's really, I want to suspend a dead bait, and I think that's a more natural way for the pike to hit it. But in this weir pool, I'll call it that, there's two different flows. On the far side, it flows from right to left, where it comes from the weir. I'm told it's 20 foot deep where that comes off, in front of us. And then on our side of this little weir pool, let's call it that, and the water's flowing the other way. It's actually flowing up the river, because it creates this sort of whirlpool effect. So if I put a float out and suspend the bait, it would just travel from left to right in about 3 minutes. That doesn't feel quite right. If anyone's got any tips of fishing this sort of peg, where you've got two different flows, and this time of year when I suspect there's weed on the bottom, well, I'm pulling it up, long stream of weed, then that'd be much appreciated. I don't have much gardening you're doing, son, to my right. You're just going to do a lot of gardening today. Not sure that's the right thing to do. He's having a fight with a few brambles and a stick. The guy on the boat might have the right idea. I'd be interested to see if he catches a fish, or what he's fishing for. What's that? Yeah, he'd lift it up into the boat, yeah. Huh? Yeah, that's how it happens, yeah. And then there'll be a hole in the floor for the water to run back out. That left rod has just started to sort of move about a little bit more than it has been. I'm not too sure what's going on. Morning everybody. You catch us pike fishing on the River Thames, and we're not really sure what we're doing, but we're giving it a go, and we're going to try and learn how to make this work. We've got a couple of dead baits out. We've got a dead trout on the left, dead mackerel on the right. We tried fishing with floats to start with, but the current just makes it all move far too quickly. So we changed to running leads on both rigs. I think the bait gets stuck in the weed, and I've no idea if a pike will take it from the weed. If anyone's got any experience of pike fishing and knows that the pike will take it from the weed, let me know. That would give me some more confidence. Or it could be that we've got the right technique and the wrong time of year and the weed should have died down, I don't know. But we're giving it a go. Anyway. If the sound's a little bit loud for the noise of the weir, then unfortunately I can't do too much about that. I'll just move that around a little bit to show you. That's in shot. It's just, there's a weir to our right, and we're fishing in a weir pool. I think it's the appropriate name. And I'm told that there are pike in excess of £20, barbel in excess of £15, large chub, and everything else in between. It's the first time we've fished this sort of area of the Thames. And I would love to catch a pike today. That'd be great. Well, I'd love for us both to catch a pike. I'm here with my son, as usual. And we're giving it a go. Just the other side of a fence, we've got we're in possession of a lock and weir license, which you need on top of your normal rod license to fish this area. I'm not sure if this is meant to be a proper peg. There's a little canoe club also situated here. This looks like it was an old boat landing stage. There is more what I would identify as a peg to the right. Someone else is in that, but this looks like an okay place to fish. If they launch a load of canoes to our right, I think we'll just move one of the rods and put it closer in. I think that'll be fine. Hopefully everyone's nice and accommodating, but there is a possibility that we get told we can't fish here. There's nothing up to say you can't, but then equally there's nothing to identify where the fishing spot is either. Not that I've seen, so let's see. If I see the lock keeper around a bit later on, I'll ask him. Every now and the bobbins move. I'm just satisfied it's just the line getting caught in the current. But I've definitely got this nervous excitement of if those bobbins shoot up and those bait runners scream off, you know, we could be looking at a 20-pound pike. I think that would just be insane. So I'll update the title of the stream after the session. Or I'll put it in the description. If we catch a fish today, I'll put it in the description, or the title. So if you've reached this point and there's no mention of fish in the description or title tomorrow, then we haven't caught. Just so you know. But welcome to everyone. I feel we should come back with a pair of secateurs and do some gardening in the peg. Take these brambles down. If the canoe club were using this, then I'll be very surprised. The state that it's in. The left hand bobbin is jumping up and down. I don't know if that was the wind then. Well, see, I think it jumped up a little bit then before the wind. Yeah, but there'll be no doubt if the pike takes it. What's that? Yeah, maybe the pike's trying to dig the fish out of the reed, who knows? I'm just not convinced that a pike will take a bait that's stuck in the reeds. It's going to end up with a mouthful of weed, you know? Huh? Yeah. See, maybe what we have to do is come down with the rods with a lead and try and find a clear spot. But I think that'll be quite tricky to do. Huh? Yeah. But we'll know, you know. We fish here for a good few hours. We either catch a fish or we don't. Huh? No, I wouldn't count anything before 7 o'clock. That's really fishing. Putting it on a float and having the float drift along, and then when we had it on the floats for the second time, the baits were clearly stuck in the reeds as well. So could be that it's the wrong time of year, but well, the reeds will die down in the winter for sure, but then in the winter Well, we'll have two choices, right? In the winter then, maybe we got the choice of pike fishing here and also pike fishing at the lake round the corner. Because we're certainly going to go back to that lake, there's no debate about that. Another good fish. So I'm live streaming it, just so you know, but that's a huge chub. Right, so there's a... Right, let's move around here, look. Here we go, look. Here we go. So I'm live streaming this. So there's some big chub in the peg anyway.
Yeah.
Well done, mate.
Dead on.
Do you have any idea if the pike will take a bait in the weed?
Yeah.
They will they? Right, there we go. There's some confidence from another local angler. Do you want a picture with that? A beautiful chub, that. Yeah. A monster chub. Right. Hey?
I'm no barbel, but I'm happy with them.
Yeah, for sure, right? They're beautiful chub. Yeah, I don't know what I thought, it was abandoned maybe, but he's clearly sleeping in it.
Yeah, he's there all the time.
Is he?
Yeah.
And what's he fishing for, do you know?
He's everything, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, he's got 12 rods over there. There's a bit stick floating, cut, pike in.
Is he?
There in the winter as well.
Yeah. Those fellas have had a couple of fish.
Yeah, I was seeing over, yeah, not very big though, were they?
No, like £4 fish I would have thought. I can see it in the net from here, and I can see where they're fishing to.
Yeah, right by those.
Where the tree's in, this side of it.
Yeah, there's a hole there.
I see the bait going in.
Yeah, there's a deep little hole there.
Is there?
Yeah. Yeah, carbon come out of there.
Yeah.
Remember that big was 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, no doubt there is some big ones.
Yeah, I was told fish over £20.
Yeah. You know, I didn't even know this bit.
Well, I don't even know.
I never looked over it.
Well, I don't know where the. Well, I assume that you're in the peg.
Yeah.
I assume this is This is abandoned boat stage.
Yeah, it used to be a boat.
Right.
That's why I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
Right there, though, isn't it? Shouting.
Yeah, casting's a bit tricky, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I've got one down out to the left, one a bit more to the middle. They're stuck in the weed for sure.
I ain't gonna be there much longer, so jump in there when I leave.
Oh, sweet as.
I'll let you know anyway.
Yeah, perfect. Cheers, pal. Right, excellent. Nice. No, but we'll go in there with the dead baits. Huh? Well, we've got a choice now. If he leaves, do we go in that other peg, or do we stay where we are? Why would you feel the need to move? Huh? Yeah, if he's fishing in a peg which is good for barbel and chub, doesn't mean it's good for pike. Huh? So we can cast one up towards the weir, and which we might be able to put in with a float. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're just having a little team talk about what we're going to do. So yeah, we could put one back on a float. and run that right into that little corner. I'm just not sure that it's going to be that great for pike. I'm just not sure about that. Huh? I'm not sure. Just for reference, everyone, the fish he brought over to show us was a chub, and if it was anything less than £5, I'll be surprised. Well, I don't know, but did he say it was £6? It's a beautiful chub, that is. We need a bit of that action. So I was chatting to the gentleman earlier, and he was giving me a little bit of a lesson on chub and barbel fishing on this area. We could fish that, by the way, son, because you need a decent tip for the feeder rod, which I've got, like 4-ounce tip for the feeder rod, 40 gram ish feeder. So we could do that with my 2 method rods, or these, to be honest. We could use these rods. He's using a very one of these rods. I don't know if it's the same. Yeah, it's got 2. Yeah, on the handle it's got 2 arms. Huh? Well, it's personal preference. I'm not a fan of two-handed, 2-armed handles myself, but you know, some people quite like them. What do you think, chat? Let us know. Do you like 2 arms on your fishing reel, or just the one? I'm just a 1 fan myself. So we could go in that peg, we could give it a go. He said that it's not snaggy to the right, it's really snaggy to the left. We could go in and try it with a float, that is possible. But yeah, he was giving me a bit of a chub and barbel lesson. So yeah, we've got the equipment to fish that peg for chub and barbel. What we don't have, the only thing we don't have is a bag of big drilled oily pellets, which he absolutely would be using probably on the hook. What's that? No, he'll be using bigger drilled pellets, I'm pretty sure. What's that? Yeah, we could get some. We don't have any, but we've got everything else. That's my point. He's not messing around gear wise. He's fishing 10-pound line. So yeah, we could do it. We could do it. That's lovely chub. Can't go over that. I quite fancy that. I do quite fancy that. The thing about when you're fishing for, you know, big chub like that and barbel is it's the same equipment. It's the same gear, the same rig. You know. Huh? What's that? And put one. We haven't got any other terminal tackle with us. It's not today. We're not fishing for them today. Yeah, we're not going to catch them on Walker's Ready Salted Crisps on a pair of treble hooks. Pretty sure about that. You could start foraging for some blackberries or something. No, it's the wrong time of year. Yeah, wrong time of year. Hmm? I don't want to write this peg off too early though, that's the thing. Yeah. Very difficult, I would have thought, for you to see that rod with your, yeah, facing the other way. So yes, there's 4 anglers fishing this area. Currently we've got the guy to our right, he's fishing for chub and barbel. We're fishing for pike. There's somebody on a boat. I'm not sure what they're fishing for right now. And then there's 2 fellas on the far bank. I don't know whether they're fishing for carp, barbel or chub or all of them. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't imagine that a carp is, you know, unhappy about one of those big pellets either in the river. So I think we'll leave the baits out. I'm now tempted to leave them. He said that he was leaving this peg soonish, which could be an hour, I guess. And when he does it, I think we might try and jump in it and fish it for some pike. I'm just not sure that pike want to sit in that sort of area, that's all. But I don't know, I can't equally say that I know that they wouldn't, you know. I do know it'll be very noisy by the weir. Come on, Pike, where are you? kind of relaxing, this is. Just anticipating one of those rods to just scream off, you know. Pike! I'm not sure about fishing for pike in that little spot, you know. Huh? Doesn't feel very pikey at all to me. No, I think this is much more pikey. Actually, I think there's a lot of bait fish that will be around here and in the weeds. I don't think there's any weed in the bit to his right, up to the weir. I don't think there is. That's why he's fishing it for barbel and chub there. Yeah, that's to the left, out past the sign. But you think about the pike coming through the reeds, sitting by the weed. I don't think there is any weed there. So actually now I'm thinking, no, we won't fish it there for pike. We'll stay here and then we can come back a different day and try and catch chub and barbel in that peg. Yeah, I don't think that that's lending itself to pike. I don't think so. Just go with me. I don't think so. I'm much more likely to think that pike is sitting off of this corner here, coming round here, along this margin. Not out in the flow. I don't think a pike's going to go anywhere near that, personally. So let's give this fish this peg today, and then we've had a good go at it. Otherwise, we'll never know if we move from here to there. We won't have had a good go here or there. I don't think so. I think we should stick it out here, in which case we should recast the rods. Right, where's the next two spots? Where's the next two spots? Closer here. Closer under this tree. Clean the weed off of this trout. That's pretty good. I get it straight down just under this tree to my left. A little bit. A little bit further. It's a good weed stickfish, that is. So this one I'm just going to put a little bit further over there. There, that'll do. I'll put that one there. Bring it to here. Okay, that could have flicked off. Careful with that. It's a very tasty looking piece of mackerel still.
It's been nasty outside.
Right, so something's having a... Oh, I know what that could be. That's our friends, that's all the crayfish having a go at that. That might explain what that could be. And then I think we'll just drop it out towards that way. Or this way.
That's what it was. It was there now.
No, it was 2 times the distance out
These
from that.
tanks aren't safe.
Well, I don't think they're mega safe. Well, that's not true. I think they are okay. They just don't feel it. Right, can you sort the bait runner out? Get all that done? Bobbing on. So now we're fishing slightly different spots. Down to the left here, there's a tree on the corner of this. Huh? Yeah, okay. So we're fishing to the left, but off the tree, and then in front of this peg. Maybe 2 rod lengths out, not much more than that. Can you wind that up a little bit so that bobbin's not so far down? I think that's... But you, if the fish comes towards you, you won't see it drop down.
But the red light.
No, you're gonna have to wind it. Just twist the. No, don't wind the handle, because that should have clicked the bait runner off. Is the bait runner on? Pull the line. Does it come out easy? Yeah. Now you can just wind. You can twist the spool. Sorry, that's the words I'm looking for. I can't find this morning. There we go. Right, there for another hour. Hmm? Next thing you'll be asking me to do is to bring the bed chair.
Yeah.
No. Right, so hopefully that camera angle looks okay. It'll all go wrong if we get a fish and got to jump up. We'll see, but we'll make some adjustments. So there was a lot of marks on the mackerel, and there's like a chunk out of it, which I suspect is crayfish. We know there's lots of crayfish in the river here, and we saw them when we were milling around last Sunday. And so that's something we also need to contend with. I don't think they're going to interfere too much with these big baits. I think if a pike wants to eat it, then the crayfish is going to leave. Simple as that. So we will we'll see, but it is something that might explain some of the slight movements I think I've seen that appear just a little bit out of sync with the flow of the river. Still warm today. It's really quite windy, and it's overcast. That left-hand rod just definitely moved and moved, as if it was a fish, not the river. If we can have a pike out of here on our first little trip, I'll be delighted. Yeah, that left-hand rod definitely went up, Lewis. The bobbin on the left went up. Huh? I can't hear you. I should have struck at it. What did we learn about pike fish bites? And waiting and giving the fish a chance to grab the bait, turn it, get it in its mouth properly, swim away. The only time I'm going to strike that is if it goes right up, and ideally goes right up and pulls line out. I'm not striking at a movement like that. But the interesting bit there is when up and then up, as if it was getting pulled and pulled. It could be crayfish pulling the. It could be crayfish pulling it. You know. I'm not going to rule that either, but it definitely made a positive movement, that left hand bobbin. That's not just flow of the river. I'm confident in catching a pike today. Yeah. We're not fishing there though. That's why it might be good to try this down on the stone steps, Peg. Because there's not a lot of flow and it's 6 foot deep. Not right off the rod tip, there's not any boats. Huh? Left hand rod, left hand rod. I want it to take some line. Okay, so the left hand rod has gone, it's taken the line up from the bobbin. But it's not taken any line off of the reel. The rod tip is bouncing though. I'm gonna strike on this, I think. 1, 2, 3. And I think it was maybe that bit of weed. I think it was that bit of weed that crashed into the line. False alarm. False alarm. You see the bit of weed? Oh, I was very excited then. Huh?
Put it down. Stop. And pop back.
No, that was an anticlimax. It's just moved again then. Maybe it's a fish, who knows. Just going to disconnect this for a second. I need to go to the loop. Bear with me a minute. Right. So here we are, we're out on the River Thames trying to catch some pike. It's our first dead bait pike fishing session, right? Yeah, we've thrown a couple of spinners in the river before, and you know, and a few jig heads, and we've caught a few actual little jack pikes. They're doing that. This is the first time we've come out with some dead baits and some beefed up gear to try and catch some pike. We're fishing on a little part of the river where you need a lock and weir license to fish. We're in possession of that, and we're fishing, which I think is a peg. It may not be. There's one definite peg that someone else is in. He's leaving soon. I think we're in an okay place to fish. I think this isn't causing a problem for anybody. We've got two rods out. We've got a trout on the left hand rod, we've got a mackerel on the right. And we're waiting to see what can happen. We've been fishing, it's time now 8:30, properly now for about an hour and a half. We had a couple of, we started out with floats on, with the thought of just having the floats out in front with the dead bait suspended. You know, didn't think about it too much, the fact that it's a river and they might move. And within this weir pool, which I think is the right term for it, where the river one runs over the rear, over the weir. The river runs over the weir, yeah, that's right. On my right hand side, halfway across and then to the full distance across, the water is obviously flowing from right to left quite rapidly. Because there's an island it butts into, it creates this this swirl effect where actually the water in front of me is pushing from the left to the right. So when we cast out the floats instantly just travel, where we're suspending the bait, just travel to the right in about 3 minutes and then just crash into the bank. So that's no good. So we've switched both rods over, just 2 ounce leads on to 2.5 ounce leads. I think they get stuck in the weed pretty quickly, but you know, I am told that a pike would take a dead bait that's in the reeds, so let's see. I did think I was getting a little take on the left hand rod earlier, a minute ago, and I did strike it after the bobbin hit the top. It didn't take line, it stopped, but I thought I'd give it a go. But it appeared that there was just some weed that had crashed into the line. Which is a bit disappointing. The peg to my right, I'm told, is a predominant chub and barbel peg. There was someone in it when we got here this morning. We got here pretty early. But that looks like it could be a really good peg. A gentleman came over with a chub that he caught there earlier. I think he said it was £6. It was massive. So I am looking forward to trying to catch that sort of fish out of that sort of peg. So that could be quite good too. But we'll give this a few hours this morning, see if we can catch ourselves a pike out of this peg, and if we can't, then we'll have to rethink what we're doing slightly. Look, this is all about us exploring the river and trying to fish for different fish as we go. So today it's pike fishing near the weir. Well, it's still very early on a Sunday morning, son. It's only 8:30 in the morning. That's clearly where they launched the canoes from. And it's not somewhere where I fancy being fishing if they turn up, so. Huh? Say again? Yeah. Well, I don't think this. Well, that's clearly not the fishing spot. I'm not sure that we are okay to fish here either, but we'll find out. Well, when it comes to a reasonable time, then I'll go and check with the lock keeper. He'll know. So we've got one rod close in, down to the left. It's an overhanging tree. I've dropped it under there, and then the right hand rod is about 3 rod lengths out. We're just trying some different spots around the peg, and we'll recast every hour. I think that's long enough for any pike in the vicinity to have decided to eat the bait and or good chance for a pike to swim into the peg. So that's the plan. We're fishing trout on the left hand side and a mackerel on the right. And some other people fishing in the same area of water. There's a gentleman on a boat opposite. Can't quite see what he's doing. He's standing up with a rod in his hand, so I assume he's trotting of some description. And then there's two other people to the left of him on a mud bank. They've got a bivvy up, so let's assume that they're going for, you know, potentially chub, barbel and carp. All three are meant to be in this area of water. And they've had two fish that I've seen, smallish fish, about £4. But I wasn't sure, excuse me, what they were from this distance. It's quite a way, but I could see the fish in the net, so know a few pound for that. Could easily fall asleep right now. There's a few spots we can fish like this on the river. We've plumped for this one today. I'm led to believe that it's good here for pike, but you know, let's see. What's that, son? It's probably tilted to the left. The whole rod pod is probably tilted a bit to the left. I'm currently willing these rods to scream off. There's a monster double figure pike on the end. People opposite are feeding fairly regularly. That's I think every half an hour 3 or 4 pouches of bait is going in, and it's about a dozen baits out of that catapult. Oh, it's very relaxing, the sound of the weir. Okay, so I've just seen the gentleman opposite cast when it went in with a plop. So let's rule out stick plate fishing then, or a little low flies fishing on the bottom with either a straight lead or a feeder. All done.
Yeah. Yeah. More like maybe October, isn't it?
Hey?
It's more like October.
It's
isn't
not.
It?
It's not the height of summer, is it?
No, it's not quite July weather, is it?
No.
Last year was it 40 degrees at this time?
Yeah, it'll probably be like that in a few weeks. Who knows? But
Yeah. Anyway, I no doubt I'll see you around.
yeah.
All right. See you later.
See you later, pal. Huh? We're gonna have a look at it. I'm not sure about it though. We've had this discussion. Huh? Right, go on then, let's have a quick look at the peg. No, we're gonna have a quick look at the peg. We're gonna have a quick look at the peg and then decide whether we think we should fish it.
Can you go first?
Yeah, I'll go. And then yeah, you stay here. Right, so we're going a quick walk around to what is clearly a peg or suitable for fishing. It's just in here. I'm not sure. We should try it today. Not too sure today, but we're definitely going to have a go there in the future. Oh, okay. So there's a sign just there. We could have a go. I guess today's about having a little look and learning. Yeah, go on, take the stuff. Take your chair first. Son, take your chair. Take that and that, we'll move in the peg. Huh? Well, I've made the decision, so take that. And I will bring these rods in. Try this spot out. Should be able to move this over really simply. He says. There we go. Put that up there, looks perfect, little stand. We get the other bits. Yeah. Right. It's going to get a bit noisy, unfortunately, because of the weir. There we go. Right, can you bring the rest of the stuff round, including the coffee cup? This is a little bit more out in the open, for sure. Just drop the phone down there, should be right. For a second. Just make a quick adjustment to that, and I'm going to get these baits in here. Get them fishing as quick as I can. Okay, right, that's us fishing again. And then we need to just get everything sorted out. So yeah, here's the spot. The weir comes over there, part of the weir, and then the second part of the weir, and then this is a prime channel, I would say. So let's get that here. Let's get this other chair down here. Both the chairs here, I think. Then I will provide you with shelter from the wind. A little bit. Huh? We're not going to catch a barbel, because I don't expect to catch a barbel. There's two people on that boat. There's two people on that boat. Huh?
Such a small boat with 12 rods.
I'm not sure it is such a small boat. Right, he said 12 rods just means he's got loads of rods set up. I don't believe he's sitting there with 12 rods. So I think we should put the phone there. It's a good place for the phone, I think. And then I put one in there to the right.
And one to the other.
I chucked one in there, and I chucked one just down there, which is now drifted in front.
So that one's tight.
Yeah, that one is tight. And that makes me think that if we were to change that for a float, it's going to get all dragged around. But we're going to do it anyway, because the only way that we are going to know is if we try it out, you know. So can we let's get the box out, and we will re-rig this right hand rod.
It's way more comfortable with it, and we've got like no wind.
Huh?
Like no wind here.
And ish.
There's not definitely not.
I'm not sure there's no wind. I think that I'm just providing a wind break for you currently. About that. And that bead.
I've seen people use pike boats that were like this big. Like that big.
Yeah, you can get really big pike floats. That's what I'm looking for. Pair of scissors. So hold down a second and hold that. So I'm going to quickly re-engineer this rig. Into a oh, that's not very good. You just wind that up on your hand. Yeah, just put it over there. Certainly looks nice, but I think for a different type of fish and a different style of fishing, but let's give it a go. We've got the bead.
You can use some of this on it.
We have only got treble hooks. We will come back a different day and fish for barbel and chub in this peg.
Yeah, but we can have a hook and put
We,
the sweet.
son. I would also like to remind you, he didn't actually catch. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He got 2 chub. Then we saw 2 chub. Might have caught more.
Some got these small ones.
Okay. No idea where that float's going to actually take itself. Hopefully those waters are going to sort of work with each other and it's going to stay there. That'd be perfect, right? And if we can get another one there, we can chuck that one a bit further in, yeah? Okay. Well, so what do you want to do? Should we leave it like that then for a bit? We've got a float on the right hand side. It's not moving though, so that means the bait's on the floor.
No, not this time.
I don't think the bait's moving around there. I want someone to put there so I can. Can you get me the bottom of there? Oopsie daisy. Right. Okay, I think we're good. So we have left hand rod, trout, dead bait. Lost my hat somewhere. Where's my hat gone? Was it in my hood? There. Thought something wasn't right. Lost my hat. Right. So we have 2 rods out. The left hand rod is on a static dead bait with a straight lead. The right hand rod is on a pike float. By the look of it, the bait is on the bottom, and that's where we will leave it. Something to watch as we wait and see what we can catch. I don't think it feels very pikey to me personally, but let's see. I wonder if from here we can cast the left hand rod with a float out towards there. Actually cast the float towards the flow. No, on that side. Oh, okay. Huh? Well, as I was saying, the only thing that, you know, about this is I've got doubts this is very pikey. You know, it's concrete, no weed, no cover. Not sure. It might be if we're going to give it a go. Yeah, it means there's loads of rocks and stuff, which is where he said it's really snaggy past the sign. Yeah? But let's see, you know. What's the time? 9 o'clock. So we'll give it an hour. Before we think about doing anything different. Are you watching that float or am I watching that float? You're watching it, are you? Okay, cool. Not sure what the picture shows now though. I think I might just turn that way a little bit so it shows at least the rods. What's it show on that? You pass me the phone? Oh no, it's alright. I'll twist it over there a bit. You put it back over there. Thanks. Okay. You got those bags and just put them down to the right. All of that, just put it down to the right. So it's out of the camera shot. Doesn't look as nice. Huh? Yeah. Oh, okay, he's just caught a fish. Left hand side, looks like a roach or a dace. No, it won't plop, it's not a stick float. No, because he recast it straight away and it won't plop, it's just a straight lead. It's not a feeder because he didn't refill it. And he's got a bait on that he was able to use again, so... Yes, this a little feeder rod because you can see by the orange tip. So now he's re-baiting it. Huh? It could be a piece of bread flake. Expands in the water. Unless you strike it, it won't come off. But only if the water's slack. If it's in the flow, I would say a bread flake would come off. I don't know, but I would believe it would. No, don't. Genuinely don't. It's not the smartest thing to do, is it? Get yourself tangled up in some line. And if you're just joining us, we are pike fishing on the River Thames today. It's our first attempt at coming and trying some dead baits on the Thames. We've been fishing for a few hours. We were fishing in a different peg earlier, and we've just switched to fishing right by the weir. I'm not convinced. My son wanted to give it a go. So we've got one dead bait out on a float. On the basis it's not moving, I believe the bait's just dragged on the bottom, and yeah, maybe it's drifted a bit. And then we've got the other one just on a straight lead just out in front of us. We're fishing right by the weir, so that's why it's quite noisy. And we're giving it a go. We've been speaking to someone who was fishing this peg earlier. Apparently it's a renowned chub and barbel peg, so we're going to come back on a different day and give it a go for chub and barbel, that's for sure. But in the meantime, we will persevere with these dead baits and try and catch ourselves a pike. We understand there's lots of pike in this weir pool. You can see it to my left. The river runs over the weir here, and then out into this weir pool you can see a guy fishing on a boat, and speaking to some local people and some anglers that I've met, wandering up and down the river. There's pike over £20, carp over £20, and barbel pushing £20. So that's what I'm led to believe. We will see. I'll have another chat with the lock keeper today. We're fishing in a peg where you need to be in possession of a lock and weir license on top of your regular license to fish, and we've got one of those. That's all done. Gentleman that was here earlier, we saw him have 2 chub that were about £6 each. We have fantastic fish, so we are keen to come back and have a go for them. But in the meantime, we'll try and catch ourselves a pike. I think what we can do is we can just cast that right hand rod to the left and see what happens. But we've got to watch the float, otherwise we will get caught out. So I'm going to give that float a cast over here. That float, I'm going to cast it over here and see what it does. Yeah? Yeah? Watch that line on that reel. Yeah? Okay. So into there, I think, yeah? Okay, let's see which way this float goes. Okay, I think this might be right. So I've got the float out, sort of on the, it's not quite, it's maybe about 15 foot from the crease. Where the flow changes, so it's getting dragged towards the right still. You've got this two forces going on in this weir pool. You've got the torrent as it comes over from the weir, and then you've got the return as it comes along. It sounds like a plumbing lesson. I feel it just needs to be a bit further. Okay. I wonder when that bait would decide it was no good for another cast. The answer is now. Can you get me another mackerel, please, son? Can you get me another mackerel, please, son? Thank you. Okay, can you sit down? So I think that that's just going to come in again. I don't think this is any good. Yeah, I'm really not convinced this is a place to fish for pike. Really quite not convinced. So the return of the water is still going to go there. I don't know if there's anything I can do to get it into the flow or to run down the river, as it were. Let's see where it goes. Okay, it seems to have met its sort of equilibrium, maybe, of the two opposing currents. Whether that's any good for a pike, however, I have no idea. Possibly. Can you please keep an eye on that float? Let's need something to the loo. Maybe a second. What's that? So I think it sort of holds itself there. I don't understand what you're saying. You're looking at me. The left rod, the one with the float. No, it's the current. But I don't know that that's a good place to fish for a pike. Sorry? I can't hear you. Hello, hello.
How we doing? All right?
Yeah, good. You want to see? You want to see that probably? Hold on.
Anything happening?
No. There's a fella in here earlier, had some chub, nice chub,
Oh, okay.
and we've come the first attempt to try and catch some pike in this part of the Thames.
Oh, okay.
But
But I can see it from there, mate. That's
all
lovely.
good.
Ideal. Lovely job.
But yeah, I don't know if they any good catching pike off of these pigs.
To be honest, most people tend to be after the barbel or the
Barber
chub,
and the
but,
chub, yeah.
I mean, pike-wise, you tend to pick them up. Best to describe it. Where you, if from where you're stood,
Yeah.
in line with that boat,
Yeah,
on this first patch of foam,
yeah,
you've got a hole in there.
yeah.
Probably just the other between the two patches of foam, actually.
Yeah.
It's about 16 foot deep, something like that.
Yeah, just yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, and it tends to be on the bottom of that shelf that you pick them up all year round.
Gotcha.
Obviously, it's a fair old lob from here, isn't it? But
It's a chicky chuck, that is. Yeah.
yeah, unless you can get into the flow and let it drop down. But I mean, you're likely to pick up jacks anywhere, aren't
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
there's,
Yeah. I'll give it a go in a minute. It was a day of exploring it, so
Yeah, that's it.
I will lob a mackerel down there in a minute and see what
Yeah.
happens.
I don't know whether the other guy said to you, down in here is really like tight against this weir is really snaggy.
He said it was clear here. He said, watch out from the sign to the left.
Sign to the left.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's a big alder tree under the.
Oh, is there?
That one that's sort of leaking. You can't really see it from there.
Right.
The third one from the left. That's leaking. There's a big alder tree under there.
Yeah.
I mean, alder might snap off if you've got strong gear, but yeah, it's
Gotcha.
It's a bit tight under there. So.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I think it's too fast for the pike to be sitting in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a pike. He wanted to try it. I'm like, doesn't feel too pikey to me. That doesn't.
Yeah. Nah, you never know.
It feels barbally.
Yeah, say barbel's what most people are sitting for in summer, but yeah, do you know what?
We'll chuck it around. We'll find out.
There'll be someone with teeth in there somewhere, won't there?
Yeah, we'll find it out.
All right, all the best.
Is there any restriction on start and finish time?
Well, officially,
Dusk till dawn.
Say again.
Dusk till dawn.
Officially, it's lock keepers hours, but if you turn a bit earlier and leave a bit later,
what's that? What's lock
9
keeper?
till 6:30.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'm fine with that, mate.
Yeah.
So,
And is it just this peg?
officially, yeah. But again, if you get here and there's someone here, if you want to fish on it, the landing stage.
The far one. Yeah, we were on the far landing stage.
I walked the shop this morning. I see you down there.
Yeah.
But the only truth is the canoeists have got priority down there. For
Yes.
that. So if they're out, if they need to get in and out there, then obviously it's tough, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, gotcha.
There's not many people fishing this bit, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what.
There's probably only 6 different people who've got a permit to fish it.
Gotcha. Yeah, he was.
You should be all right.
Yeah, he was. He said there's not many people fishing it at all. So.
No. There's all along the river. It's very quiet, to be honest.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, I've got one of them big white things coming up, so I better sort them out.
Yeah. Right. Lovely. Thanks, pal. See you later. Right. So let's switch it over. That one's going over there. That one's going down there. Local knowledge from the lock keeper. That's what we need. You've got the snag. Yeah. So this, he says, is too fast for flowing for a pike, which I agree. So this could be a very difficult thing indeed. Set that one up, that'd be good. Right, that's what we warned, it was snaggy. Do our best to get this out. I just put that in, son. It didn't need to be put back out. That was me putting it in. Right, let's do my best to try and get this out and not break it off. But I think we are done for here. That's the end of that rig. So the advice is out towards there in the foam. Alright, let's see. Well, we can change them both to leads and go that way. Sorry? I can't hear you, you need to look at me. The float in there is not bad. Okay, I think the lock keeper gave us some pretty good advice that said up there is too fast for the pike. But there we go. He also said it's really snaggy up there. But can we re-rig? So tackle box. So run ring first. Run ring.
Wait, no, it's not. This is going to be a lead.
Yeah. So run ring first, then a bead. Then a trace. It's one heck of a chuck, that is. Not the crimpled one. That one will be okay. Just leave it like that for a minute. Scissors, please. Don't need that. We just need because the run ring has got that anyway, so that can go back in the box. So I want to get that float off. I don't think that's any good at all. We'll do it in a minute. But can you give me a trout I think. Trout come out the packet, very slimy and yucky for sure. Can you lift that rod off so I can try and cast this one out? Just so over there, he says, to the white boat, son. Yeah. Okay, can you lift it out and stand up there? I think it's the better idea. Right. That's as good as that's going to go, I think. And then we're going to move this way. So I think this, we take this rig off, we set it up with another lead, and I would drop it down here by this boat probably. So I need to get to the bead, which is here. So you need to give me some line, please. Put it down. Put it down. So, I've got it, just put the rod down, that's okay. What are you doing? You're best to tangle it. Is that it now? Now you're picking the rod up again. Done. Now put the rod down. Super. Excellent. Bait box. Bait box. So you can have, that's no good 21 now. Pike can go back in the box. I'll keep the bead. You can have the other bead. I need one of those rung rings. The scissors, please. The rung ring out of the packet. It's not quite getting this point. We'll get there. Super. So can you hold that? Just hold that for a second. Switch that one to the other side. Well, I think that's out somewhere, son. I guess, you know, somewhere out into that whirlpool. Now we're going to get this other one cast just down to this left hand side. There's a boat down here. I think I'll chuck it just out in front of that boat. Actually, not quite there. I want it a bit better than that. More like that. Okay? So in front of the boat, and that one is out, chucked out towards there. Can we put the bait back? Can we put the bait tidy? That's all good. Scissors back in the box. Be good. Can you stand the can up, please? All fine. Move this chair, I think. And then we'll get fishing again. Well, sitting down again. This thing isn't on. Okay. The line's not running through it, I don't think. What are you doing? No, the bobbin won't go down because the line is dragged along with the current, so it's instantly taking up the slack. That's what I say anyway. Right, you pass us that can. A second. That'd be great. Just adjust this leg. I don't feel like I'm falling forward all the time.
No, you need to put the back leg that way.
Right, sorted. So here we are. Let's try again. Time now, 9:30. So we've got 2 rods out, one down on the left hand side, just past a boat that's moored up, and one at the right hand rod. I've attempted to chuck it further downstream, although by the look of the line it might be making its way upstream. Local police officers. Okay, that's a bite on that right hand rod. Okay, it's fighting quite fiercely. Okay. Okay, I think this is quite a good fish. Can you get the net top in the water? Wow. We're good. Can you get the net top in the water? Oh, ho, ho. Okay.
Oh.
Can you get the? Can you get the mat? Can you get the mat? Hooks come out in the net. That's very lucky. Further up the bank, I think. Let's see if I can. Oh, that's quite heavy. That feels quite heavy fish. And then can you grab the rod, please, son? The hook's come right in the net. Lift it right up. Walk that way.
Oh my god!
Walk that way.
Should I get the lock keeper?
Walk that way. Walk that way.
Should I get the lock keeper?
Okay, no, you don't need to get the lock keeper. So, you need to get your hands on the fish. Get your hands on the fish.
Talk about massive.
That's it.
Just talk about massive.
Just going to get this hook out of this
Oh my god.
streaming, son.
So the other one doesn't go
That's a very big pike, that is.
on. Yes. It's not a tiny small.
So, hello.
That's a good catch.
You alright?
Sorry.
It's alright, you alright?
Just got a question. Have
Yeah.
you seen, you've got a high risk missing person?
Yeah.
I don't suppose you've seen someone matching that description come across the...
No, there's only been about 3 people that I've seen walk over there and didn't look like that gentleman.
Perfect, thank you.
No worries. I'll keep an eye out though.
Thank you.
Okay, so we just got to deal with this.
When he only flops once, but he's strong.
Yeah.
He flops.
Okay. Right, that's that. So if I can just get that lead out the way. And get that rod safe. So I think this might be my first double figure pike.
He always opens
Okay,
his mouth
so-
slowly when he's about to flop.
So, pictures, pictures,
Your phone.
pictures. Just wipe it on your trousers or your trousers, not your coat. There you go. Okay, and then we'll get the fish back in the water and then I'll weigh it. So move back a bit if you need to. This is a beautifully large pike. Need to put my hand in here. You could not bite my net, I would appreciate that.
No, a bit lower.
Me in the middle, please. Portrait and normal, yeah? No, I mean normal picture and portrait picture.
Yeah.
So, we'll take a few more pictures of you in a minute. But, just get you back in. No, we don't have to show the lock keeper. But we'll show the lock keeper the pictures. Can you get the scales? Just let that fish recover a minute. Can you get the cloth to wipe my hand? Can you get the cloth to wipe my hand? Okay. Okay, so open the scales, pull them open, pull it, and turn it on,
Yeah.
and then just pull it and check that it changes weight. Pull the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, and give the fish a minute to recover. Yeah, it's a very nice looking pike, that is.
Little.
Can you show me the camera? Just let me check the pictures. It's a good one for the stream, son, for sure.
Little.
Yeah, still try and get me in the middle of the picture, yeah? Okay. Wow. It's our new favourite spot for catching pike. So I'm going to undo the net. Can you pull that other rod in? I think that's sensible right now. What's the face? Is it snagged?
Yeah.
Was it all right to start with?
Yeah, it's snagged.
Was it all right to start with? Was it all right to start with? Did you manage to wind it a bit first?
Yeah.
Just hold this then. Hold this. Put the rod down. Not on there, it's going to just fall straight in. Just put the rod down where you can. Pull some line off, son. And some more. Okay. Just hold that fish in the water like that. Don't move it. You got it. Cost me some wide traces today. Anyway. Okay.
Eyes are huge.
No. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to weigh the fish. Now, I'll hold the scales and you get the camera. Get the camera. The answer is no.
Is it OZ?
Yes, needs to be pounds and ounces. Is it 0? Is it 0?
Yeah.
Now pull it and check that it weighs.
Yeah.
Okay. So with the net it weighs. The answer is. Tell me how much it weighs?
That's OZ.
Yeah, but what does it say?
Need a different unit.
It should be pounds and ounces. What's the answer?
24.
Right, and a bit further back, take the picture. 24?
Yeah, 24.94. Come on, I have to show the lock.
No, we don't have to show. Okay, we've got to think about the fish care. Go that way, we'll let the fish go down here. So that feels like a £20. Are you sure that's £20? £24?
94.
Can't be 24.94. No, it can't be, because pounds and ounces does not go 24.94. Okay, off, on, unit 0, kilograms, none, pounds and ounces. Hook that up. It might be, you might be right.
Hold that.
What does it say?
20.
Tell me.
2011.
£20 11 ounces?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't feel over £20, which it's not, because of the weight of the net, which we will weigh in a second. So, £20 11 ounces with the net. Yeah. No jack pike for me today. Okay, I think you're already ready. Okay, shake a bit that now we've got to weigh the net. Is the feeling down by that boat might be the right place. Hold on. No way that. Take a picture of that. What does that weigh?
2.
£2.
Yeah.
So it's an £18 11 ounces. Woo!
Now we get to the
That's a personal best bike. No, we don't, because we'll break the connection. Thanks. Is the stream still running? Just flick it to YouTube.
That hay is on.
Okay. Right. I hope everyone's still there.
Next bike.
Okay. So, a few things we've got to do first. Put the net back up. Okay. So we've got ourselves a net, first thing. Next thing, we'll get another trout.
Yeah.
No, mackerel. Oof. Okay. Get that back in the bag, please.
Is there still something on this?
No, it's snapped up. I think it is very, very snaggy. Okay. when I had it, I'm like, oh, that feels quite big. It spat the hook in the net though, so we were lucky. Time was running out. Oh, managed to be very unlucky now. Oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear. These are the only traces we've got left, son.
One and the mango one.
Well, we need the other. Don't worry about the packet, because we need another one in a minute.
There's only one trace in the mango.
So don't worry about that. Bead, please. Trace, please. Scissors, please. Have we got any? We've got another packet of mackerel or not? Okay. Another mackerel and another lead, please. Which rod is it I've got in my hand? I don't know which one I've got in my hand now. Is it? Okay. Yeah.
once.
Okay.
Clean my foot.
This rod. Okay, same again. Run ring. Run ring, and then bead, and then the crooked trace that I'll have to do us, that'll be fine. Run ring, bead, scissors. Here. That can't tangle. Scissors. Oh, I'll bite it, it's alright. I'm thinking we just drop it in the margin here. Stream still running?
Yeah.
Sit in your seat, it's okay. You can sit in the seat. I will call you. Don't worry, you'll see it. You'll jump up too. Towel, please. Right, I need to speak to the lockkeeper about that. It probably helps you to get off the chair to do that, son, before you fall off. I'll just put you on stream. Look at that. How to try and fall off a chair, I think. That is. Okay. So, That worked pretty well. Could you pass me the phone when you're finished with your slight chair adjustments? Okay. Where are we, everybody? Oh yeah, right. So, that was a bit of drama. What was that pike? £18, 11 ounces. Okay, so first proper River Thames pike. £18, 11 ounces. Thing was a monster. So what I'll do is, because we've been streaming for a long time, hours and hours, is I will make a short little video of the bite and the fish. We should be able to do that. So that was fantastic. So that fell to a mackerel dead bait, whole mackerel dead bait. Very simple rig. I've got the reel line, goes through a run ring to a bead, and then the wide trace. And then my son's having a fight with a chair behind me and being quite noisy. And the deal was that I would get a strike on the left hand rod and him the right hand rod, and then the next person gets it regardless. What's the difficulty you're having?
That one.
Which one are you trying to do?
That one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'll put the phone down and sort this chair trouble. So trouble is this, is it? And what do you want to do? So put the chair somewhere where you had it. You can't sit there because you can't sit with your feet in the rods. So you need to sit somewhere sensibly. You're going to collapse the chair. Get up. You've not folded the legs out properly. So fold the legs out properly, all the way. Okay. Then decide which leg needs to move for it to be safe. Which is that back one by you? Not that one. Not that one. That one's the one that needs to be done, right? Right, push it back. Done. Super. Right, where were we? So yeah, I just we've been chucking them around, not too sure of the place. Tried to chuck a lead out into between the flow and the return of the river. Wasn't sure about that. We've lost a rig out there, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll bed itself down in the silt, or get lost somewhere. And then but I did like the look of these moored boats to this left hand margin, so I put a rod down there and with a whole mackerel, and within, I don't know, half an hour the bobbin's gone up. Seen the float, seen the tip of the rod bouncing. It wasn't taking line, but it was bouncing, so I've struck and caught myself an £18 pike. I'll put a picture on the community tab later on. But yeah, that was fantastic. Enjoyed that. Biggest pike I've ever caught. Biggest pike I've ever seen in real life, that was. So very happy with that. From a speaking to the lock keeper, from a peg which is renowned for its chub and barbel.
So if the bobbin goes up, that means it's pulling them down.
What's that?
If the bobbin goes up, it's pulling them down.
So you're super keen now. Let's just cover this off, right? So the bobbin went up. It wasn't pulling line from the reel.
When the bobbin's down, it's got loads of line going like that, but when it goes up,
When the fish swims away and pulls the line, the bobbin goes up. Yeah. Okay? When the fish swims towards you and slackens the line, the bobbin goes down. You should wind that spool on the right hand one so the bobbin comes further up. Just wind the spool, not wind the handle. You can just wind the spool on your hands so you don't trip over the bait runner. Yeah? So this left hand one, it went up and then the rod tip started to bounce like that. It didn't take line, I don't know why, the bait runner was on, but the rod tip was bouncing and I thought that was enough to strike. Okay? Alright, good. Alright, super duper. Let's see if we can catch another monster pike from the River Thames. That fish was massive. Very happy with that. Now any other pike's got to compete, you know. Very happy with that. Just put that phone down there a second. So yeah, it's an interesting little live stream this morning. We've been streaming since 7 o'clock, so 3 hours. No success. We've been chucking leads around various different places. We've been trying with some floats, doesn't kind of work. And then I had a feeling it might be good down by that boat, a bit of cover. But you have to think about, from a pike's point of view, son, it's built for speed, it wants to ambush, but it's not built to sit in the flow. Okay? Got me? So there to our right, it's not the right place. There to our right is a good barbel place, because a barbel can sit in the flow. So bear that in mind. There's a few snags around this part. It says there's a big sign on the weir that says danger obstructions below water. Yeah, I think there's some massive boulders down there, which makes chucking rigs out there a little bit precarious. Interesting, where the people were fishing on the far bank, there's now canoeists all over the peg. I don't know if the canoeists turned up first or what happened, but at some point they disappeared. And where the anglers disappeared and the canoeists appeared. Yeah, they're just people coming up the river, so. Doing what? No, I don't think they are picking them. Okay. What other food have we got? We got some more food. So apologies if it's a bit noisy, it's windy and we've got the weir pool rushing down to our right. I guess you can see it. Yeah, you can. I'll just angle that down a little bit more. Crisps with mackerel hands. Yeah, that's going to work. How do I eat the crisps? No, I'm just going to eat them. Yeah, so those two floats that we can see from that boat now, they're fishing for pike. Oh, that's interesting. I think it's a bit of potential drama, because now I'm thinking that they caught those small fish and now using them as live bait or dead bait on those pike rods. But I don't think you're allowed to do that. So, a quick read of my ticket. So it says all fish must be returned to the water alive. Now that means if you've caught a fish and you're using it as a live bait or a dead bait, it is not being returned to the water alive. I do like the way it says the playing of radios is strictly prohibited. So I have no idea if that gentleman has done what I've said possibly has happened. I have seen him catch some silvers, and I'm now seeing him fish with pike rods, and those pike rods have got fish on the end of them. So let everyone else be the judge of that. Has he just caught himself some live bait? I don't know, but I don't know. I don't want to get myself caught in a defamation case. Let's assume that he's completely innocent. He's come, he's got up, he's caught himself some silvers, he's decided that's enough of those for the day, he's put some bait in, attracted some silvers, and now he's decided that he might have a go for some pike.
He's still using the thread.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure under which license he'd be fishing from a boat in there. I don't know. I don't think you need anything additional.
But how's he meant to get live bait?
I don't know. It's alive.
You say it is live bait. How would he get it if he's in the boat?
Well, you shouldn't use. I don't think you're meant to use live bait for pike. because of the danger. Well, because you can transmit disease from water to water. So I think the only time you're meant to use fish baits is when they're dead, so you can't have any disease, active disease on them.
But you can use live bait.
You're not allowed to use live baits because all fish must be returned to the water alive. So if you catch a fish from,
Live.
you can't bring live bait to fish on the river, I don't believe, because then you can transmit disease. Comprende? Okay. If you catch a fish in this river, it has to be returned alive. Okay? So that rules out the ability to catch a fish and then to use it as live bait or dead bait.
I mean like buying a live bait from someone.
Right, and what I'm saying is you can't bring live fish to the river because that can potentially transmit disease. You can only fish for pike with dead baits or artificials. Okay? It does however look a bit sus currently. A little bit sus. Because he has definitely got, there's two people in that boat that I saw, and I see two pike floats.
I see one.
I see two. There's one right off the end of his engine,
I think that's, yeah.
and there's one further
I
down.
think that's the float that he's using at the moment with.
No, he's fishing with another rod. So I think there's two anglers on that boat.
Yeah.
They're allowed 2 rods each
Yeah.
if they're fishing on the same license that I'm fishing on. So there's 2 rods out, one in his hand, that makes 3. But I think the one in his hand is using to catch silvers. The question is whether those silvers are being returned to the water alive or whether those silvers are being used for those pike setups. Do you understand?
How's the boat there? Why is it not moving?
Anchored, big weight off the side of it.
He's not catching.
Huh?
He's not catching.
He was catching silvers. I saw him catch silvers. What do you think, chat? Actually, don't worry about chat.
How long have you got the rod for me?
Huh?
How long have you got the rod for me?
What's the time now? 10:30. I don't remember what time we caught the pike. There you go. Right, just caught a fish, returned it. So everything looks completely nice and innocent. He's just, well, you wouldn't carry on. He's just catching some fish while he's, but I'm surprised he's willing to disturb his peg. That's the only thing.
Maybe he's like thrown into the pipe.
He certainly returned that fish to the water, so.
Why are some of those things?
Everything seems good.
Why are some of those things blue?
Why?
Some of the things blue.
The ones over there? They look bluish.
Oh.
Oh, here come the canoeists back again.
One of them's in the area past where the guy-
Adventuring around the island.
one of them went in there, and they don't think they can get in.
Okay. Alright. So we should do a quick little update. It is 10:30. We're fishing the River Thames today for some pike, and we've been successful. This is the second peg that we fished. We were chatting to a gentleman who was fishing here earlier. He was fishing for chub and barbel. We had 2 chub, about £6 each. They were phenomenal fish. We had a chat with him. He said this peg was good for chub and barbel. We had a discussion, my son and I, whether we should move round. I said no, he said yes. We debated it again, and then when he moved, we decided to move in this peg.
And then
We don't know anything much about pike, really. We're learning. It doesn't look right for pike to me, where he was fishing for chub and barbel. No cover, and I don't think there's any weed either, because of the force that the water comes through the weirs at. So I decided there's a little boat that's moored down to the left hand side. I don't know if you can see it through the tree. There's a little boat moored down there, then there's another boat moored, and I thought that would probably provide some good cover. So we chucked a rod down there. We had a pike, and it was huge, 18 pound 11 ounces. So I'm very happy with that. A first proper river pike from the River Thames on a deadbait. So absolutely delighted with that result. We have lost a couple of rigs. And I've managed to launch one up into the tree, which I'm going to go and speak to the lock keeper about when we leave. And see if there's some method to sort that out. Otherwise I fear that a greedy cormorant might get caught up, and despise them as I do, I don't want to intentionally cause harm to it, so I will speak to the lock keeper. Alternatively, I think some pole sections, if I get one of those cutter blades that I can put onto the top of the pole, see if I can just saw off that branch of the tree where I've managed to launch the rig. That would be great. Huh? Yeah, I'm not worried about losing the rig, I'm worried about getting the rig out of the tree. Huh?
how are you even get there?
Yeah, so I think a few pole sections put together with one of the, you can get a cutter blade to go on the top of a pole. Huh?
Why do you normally
To cut reeds on the far bank when you're fishing on a snake lake. Quite a lot of people have them. I'm not a big fan, but where you've got like loads of reeds on the far bank, you can use a cutter blade to cut yourself out a little hole. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a fan of it, but these things do exist.
Pike would start hurrying. Pike would start hurrying.
Yeah. Hello, £20 plus pike. Can you come, please? Because my son would like to catch one. So what happens if the next fish is a little jack pike?
Then I'm going again.
You're going again? All right, just to get that clarified. So we had a simple rule today. I would have the left-hand rod, he would have the right-hand rod, and whoever caught a fish first, the next person gets both rods. So we've got another bait down by that boat, and we've got one just dropped out in front of us. And we'll see how we get on. I think it's safe to say we are coming back to this peg for sure, with a slightly different rod set up to fish for the chub and barbel. That much is absolutely going to happen. Well, that much is guaranteed. I don't know what the right words are.
That's mouth. The pike's mouth is big enough to bite my foot.
That pike's mouth. Yeah. Well, you can see videos of people fishing with duck lures for pike.
Duck.
Yeah, like a duck, not a full-size mallard, but an artificial lure that looks like a duck.
The pike would have to jump out of the water.
No, just come up underneath it. Well, we've seen enough videos of people fishing on the river where they're bringing their roach across the top and the pike comes out and jumps for it and all sorts. So it's to be expected. Very lucky that pike spat those sets of treble hooks in the net. Just spat them straight out. Yeah. Well, when I struck into it, I'm expecting it to feel heavier because of the flow of the river, and I thought it was snagged, and I'm like, this is just a solid weight. And then when I saw it come up, I thought I need to be quite cool about it, because otherwise we'll end up in a panic or too much excitement and might end up messing it up. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's I kind of think that's a double figure pike. I'm told that they've had pike in excess of 25 pound out of this weir pool. Yeah. You know, somewhere between 20 and 30 pound. What's that?
12 more pounds.
Yeah.
And there's also a dog.
What's that?
There's a dog.
Oh, is there? What about the food? Did we check in the bag? Banana? Huh? any other bag in that bag. Is it empty? Right up. So we now await another pike. They're not blue, they've got a blue tinge to them, and when you get them a lot together it just magnifies that blue tinge. Oh, okay, well if your response to my statement is they're blue, then I can't really say anything else, you know. Some are greens, some are yellows, some have a blue tinge to them. I think they're more rushes than reeds, which may not make too much sense, but £18, 11 ounces. Woo, woo. I've never really been interested in the weights of fish that I catch. You know, I'm a very happy pleasure angler come match angler. I've always thought that the best principle is to just go and catch fish and have fun catching fish and not worry about it. I knew some people in the past that were quite obsessed with, you know, always trying to catch the bigger fish of the species, and you know, they would go and they would catch really good fish, and because they weren't bigger they would be disappointed, you know. I never really wanted that to be the case. I want a good fish to be a good fish and to enjoy it, and that's that. So I've never really paid attention to how big the fish are that I've caught. Never really weighed them. Well, never weighed them. But now, safe to say, I've had an £18, 11 ounce pike. Very happy with that. We need to speak to the lock keeper about being allowed to drive up the road to retrieve the gear, and ask him about parking there as well. Maybe this qualifies as authorised access.
I think the left.
I think when we so when we recast, we'll put the one to the boat again and then chuck that other one just out there a bit more. Yeah, but let's do it at 11 o'clock. Not now, quarter of an hour, something like that. Rods. Put that in that bag as well. Let's get that in there. Come on, pike. My son needs to catch a pike. Well, no, but listen, that sign that says obstructions below the water means that you are very likely to get snagged up, whatever it is you chuck in.
Yeah, but I mean the other.
Huh? Yeah. No, it's all weedy. So it just gets snagged in the weed. Huh? Right, you're not getting in your head. Down there, lockkeeper says it's snaggy.
Yes,
No weed.
a barbel.
No weed. A barbel's not eating a spinner. No, it's not predatory. No. Huh? It will eat a worm. Yeah, it's not predatory. Predatory is another fish. Does it eat other fish? Does it prey on fish? Is it prey on fish? It's not carnivore. You can tell me that eating maggots is predatory. It's not. This is a good chat for the stream for sure. Dad and son have a chat about what predatory means, and son tries to chuck in worms and maggots. No. So that spot there is chub and barbel. Lockkeeper says it's a bit snaggy because of the tree. The tree down to the right, so he says it's snaggy. Yes. Right, so he says it's snaggy down there. Now the guy that was fishing it said it wasn't if you fish it in the middle. So he was chucking in the middle. The guy also said it was snaggy past this sign that says obstructions below the water. He said it wasn't as bad where the foam runs down, and he was fishing just this side of the foam. However, he says he's lost a load of gear out there because it is snaggy out there. Yeah, we've also lost some gear out there, and the trouble is well, I don't think you're snagging gear on gear. I just think there's rocks and boulders down there. Sorry? Of course it would. It gets snagged up on this type of stuff. So we can fish this peg again for chub and barbel. We have to be prepared to lose a load of gear when we do it. Yeah. It also means you don't want to reel it in much, because the more chances you reeling it in, the more chances of getting snagged. What you want is it to go in, and then a fish can get the bait, and then a fish will lift up the feeder, so the feeder won't get jammed. That's on the right hand side. That's just jumped up. Wait, it definitely jumped like a jump. All right, but be ready and not too quick. But it definitely just jumped. It wasn't wind. So yeah, if you cast and it's snaggy and it's boulders and the feeder sits in between two boulders, when you go to retrieve it, it'll get stuck. If a fish, however, grabs the bait and then lifts it up, it'll pull it from the other direction, or could well pick it up from the other direction, and it won't get snagged. So when you cast it, son, you want to leave it in as long as possible. If you were to come here and start casting spinners and spoons and plugs, you're very likely to just hook up on stuff all the time and lose your gear. Say again? I can't. Would you pull what in? What, boulders and trees? Well, we didn't pull in the boulder and the tree on £15 line and 28 trace, did we?
There isn't going to be a massive tree.
Well, there's something out there. That's why it says danger obstructions below the water.
Well, I think that's the part of the lock.
No, it's not. It's about there's massive great boulders and rocks. Huh? It's part of the river. Right? It could be parts of the. It could be part of the lock extends out. I don't know, to channel the water. I don't know, but all I know is there's obstructions, and the guy that fished his here regularly says he gets snagged up a lot. So bear that in mind. What's that? I can't hear you. Really?
The line on right is changing angle.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. If you speak up because of the weir, I can hear you.
The rear isn't too bad. Is that just like that?
The weir is really loud. Yeah. That left-hand rod, no, maybe not. So the other thing you can do to these dead baits is you can also start injecting them with more oil and blood, I think. Right, I can't. You got your hood up and you're just talking normally.
The left is definitely going.
I don't know if that's bouncing because of the bobbin's not moving.
Now it's good.
I'm not sure what's causing that. But that's not what was happening before. What was happening before was proper bounces on the rod tip.
I need to get straight in line.
I don't think so. Chair's going to collapse in a second. Okay, left hand rod just jumped up a little bit.
That's nice.
Yeah, a bobbin jumps up. No, don't. Right, I said left hand rod. You grab the right, and you've got to let it go, all right? Like really be a proper bite. Don't touch anything. Could be crayfish pulling it. Well, I think they're a bit big for crayfish. Could be a pike pulling it.
Not for the hook. No.
Just pushing the bait around, you know, turning it in a way that it needs to so it can grab it and swallow it. I don't know.
That rod's slightly bent.
The anticipation in the peg is growing.
This peg's better than this. The left angle.
Oh right, they see that left hand rod's just shot up.
No.
The left hand bobbin just shot right up. Right, and now it's dropped back down again. You're obviously not watching it, I'm watching it. So you need to watch the left hand rod. The bobbin went up like that. Okay, and then it came down.
Wait, you're not talking about the right.
I'm talking about the left hand rod.
Oh, okay.
Do you know left?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the bobbin went up and then went down again. So it looks to me like something's having a look at the bait on the left hand rod. But it needs to be more positive. Get it, grab it, run with it.
Why would they run with it?
It'll feel the hooks.
Why would it? You feel the hooks or do you immediately make hooks?
Can you up the speak? You got to turn the decibels up. It's so noisy with the weir.
I'm literally next to you.
Yes, but you're speaking as if we're in the quiet car. So, what is it you're trying to say?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Left hand's angle of the thing is
I am willing that left hand rod to just tear off for you. Like, suddenly starts screaming out line.
No, won't do that because we've got stronger line on what we have.
It's nothing about the strength of the line, it's about the bait runner.
Oh yeah. Let's pick the bait. I can't pull that.
Come on, rods.
Is it 11?
I wouldn't move it now. Not now, I think it's moved.
No, not.
No, I'll be leaving it till 1/4 past. Maybe at the earliest now. I think there's a fish down there playing with it. Or having a sniff around.
I could try to like just randomly hook it.
We're not trying to foul hook fish ever.
Yeah, but it would make one fish. Even if it didn't want to make.
Huh?
There's definitely just a line going on.
It's very tricky, it's very windy. You've got the toe of the water.
The water's going down.
And the water on the top this is where it becomes even more difficult, which is, you know, what's going on with the currents underneath. I don't know.
that bother me.
The wind's blowing it. Come on, fish, 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 fish. Huh?
We need to be home.
We need to be home for lunch.
No.
Okay. Food or pike? It's the choice you're making today. Or do we carry this on now? Because I've had a pike. It's you on the next fish regardless. Until you catch one. So what do you want to do? You want to bring the rods out now, quickly recheck them, chuck them back in, finish at 12. Crayfish, look at that. I think that's a crayfish lunch, son. It's crayfish. So, it came up and the mackerel has got bites out of it all over the place. So, very happy that it's crayfish munching on the you're not putting it there, we're going to put it out there. So yeah, the mackerel was absolutely covered in bites. Which one? Yeah, I just plopped it out there.
Why is it doing that?
Because the line might be going that way, doesn't mean that's where the bait is. If you think about, you've got the line will pull and then it's pulling against the bait, and so you can end up with a bow in the line Just because the line looks like it's going over there, the bait can still be over there. What's that? I can't hear you, it's too quiet. You think? Sorry?
We have to take that in if we want to crayfish.
If the crayfish are under the boat and the pike want to be under the boat and around the boat, then that's where we fish.
Yeah, but crayfish are just going to eat it.
Well, if the pike wants to eat it, the pike's going to come along and the crayfish are going to move and the pike's going to eat the bait, and that's going to be it. I'm fairly confident of that.
That's the light's gone.
And what else do you want to do about it?
That was light up.
Yeah, well, just wait for the line to come out. They're not set very stiff, those clutches, those bait runners.
Still do. Something like that. Going up and down. Going up and down.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Come on.
No, yeah, wait, no, do not wait. Just wait. It could be. I'm surprised. A crayfish is able to move it. So that doesn't.
Come on. Let's go again. Start whizzing.
I would think maybe more that's the bait moving in the current, but
No.
but not for it to.
It's moving very slightly again.
Just wait. Be patient. Be patient with it. Sit back down. Sit back. You got to be patient. It's like when you're waiting for a carp to bite. You got the rod and you're waiting for it to pull it round. Just be patient with it.
This could be a massive perch as well.
No, I don't think so. We're going to catch a perch chomping on a mackerel. I don't know. I don't think so. Put the seat back. Sit back. And just wait for that reel to start turning, or the rod tip's got to be bouncing down like that. All right. No, don't do that. Just leave it, please. Yeah, I see these little jump. I see these jump ups. Sit back in the seat, please. It's got to be better than that. I think it could be crayfish moving it. Wait for that bait runner to spin. So let's assume that's landed on a bunch of crayfish. They're chomping away. They're moving. they're moving that mackerel. No, what did you say?
I subscribe.
Why?
Try and get a code.
Huh?
Try and get a code. I went down.
No thanks.
Why not?
Crayfish don't have. You know, what you're going to do is pull a treble hook through the side of a crayfish.
Yeah.
Well, it's one dead
Catching silver, 2 ways.
one dead crayfish, do you know what I mean?
Wait, silver. Wait, actually, I'm not sure that one.
Come on, Pike. Crayfish nibbling on the bait on the right, but they're somehow strong enough to pull it. By the look of it. What's that? I can't hear you.
We should take in the left one.
Why?
It's getting nowhere.
The what?
Things getting too much nowhere.
You mean the right one?
No, I mean the left one.
We don't take in either of them. There's plenty of fish there for the crayfish to chew through. Maybe that helps attract the pike, I don't know. Because when you think that crayfish is clawing through the skin, there must be, you know, bits of fish and oil and all that type of stuff leaking out of the fish even more. Maybe it really helps, I don't know. moving it about for sure. The right hand rod, the bobbin's going up and down. I think it's crayfish just pulling on it. So we wait till the bait runner spins. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Come on, Pike. Take these tasty mackerel. 40 minutes left till we call it a day. They're really pulling that right hand rod, aren't they? Left hand rod just dropped down. Watch that right hand rod. That is moving. Quite a bit. Wait. It is moving up and down quite a bit. Can't hear you mumbling.
It's going towards me.
Yeah, it could be a smaller pike, could be a little jack having a go at it. I know you don't want a jack, you want a 30-pound pike, but we're not having that conversation. We're just having a conversation that says that can't be a crayfish moving it that much, surely. Or maybe it can, I don't know. But it's up, down, up, down, up, down.
I wouldn't fight.
Just have a look at that bobbin. Now it stops. That bobbin is going up and down, which I think is crayfish, but I am surprised about just how much they're able to move it. There's no line coming off the reel. Half an hour. So we've got half an hour left in this session, and then we'll call it there. We've had one pike, 18 pound, 11 ounces. And we seem to have crayfish playing with both sets of baits. Can't hear you at all. No, leave it in. Just leave them in. I wouldn't disturb them now.
There's crayfish there and they get scared by something that's what's there. Like they're pulling it somewhere. And like there's other crayfish pulling in the other boat. And then you're going to get scared by something. Yeah, they come back.
Yeah, I don't quite know what's going on. All I'm hoping for is that something else sees the crayfish having some lunch and then decides to push them out of the way and devour it. Time check. 25 minutes.
25.
Yeah.
It's hopeless.
Whew. like the crayfish adventures. Hmm? And finish. Reel them in and finish. Just reel them in and finish. Okay. Right, I think we will slowly get it with your fingers. Just get it off that rod and slowly reel that in. And stand at the edge. Slowly reel that in. So I think that is pull the line out and then you can lift the rod up. I think that's fair to say. Do that one really slowly. I think that's fair to say that crayfish have had a good old go on that. They've shredded that mackerel. Look at that. It's to the bone. Is that stuck? Lift the rod up, please. Don't lift the rod up. Okay. Did you just wind it to the side? Huh? Okay. I can't hear you, but I'm sure you're telling me you wound it up. But when you just lifted it up, did you wind it to the side like that? You lifted it straight up in the air. It's not weed. This might be why people aren't fishing this peg. It costs them a set of gear every cast. That's not coming out. Yeah. Yeah. You get out of the way, I don't want this to come. Well, that's gone. Right, so. Nothing left on there, I think is the right phrase. So, that is the end of our.
I think we should have passed it out.
So I think that's the end of our trip today. We're going to put these rods away. And then I'm going to go and make an edit. There's a little bit of action. We'll put that up as a little video on the channel later on. Thanks for watching. That's been me and him, and this has been our morning pike fishing session on the River Thames. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you on the next one.